The Dharma teachings are about the laws of nature, especially the laws of nature that govern the interaction and operation and interaction of our body and mind in the world around us, and how that's all got deeply enmeshed and entwined with the world of the sensory vibrations and our actions. So one of these laws of nature, the predominant law of nature, is the law of karma. We've all heard that, of course. Sometimes not perfectly understood. But the law of karma is similar to the law of gravity. So according to the law of gravity, if you throw something up, it comes down, sometimes with a loud thud, right? So in the same way, if you throw something out of your mouth, it goes out in the world, it mingles with other people's minds and bodies, causes a reaction in them, and then comes back to us like a boomerang to affect us in one way or another, with some painful reactions or some pleasant reactions, depending on the nature of what you put out, is usually the nature of what you get back. And if you put out something with your body, like punch somebody in the nose or flip somebody the finger or whatever it is, stick out your tongue, that also goes out in the world, causes reactions, and comes back to us in one way or another. And then even our thoughts. Our thoughts are like radio waves. And just thinking about others, if you're thinking out, let's say, hateful thoughts, that also goes out in an unconscious level. We're not really aware of it too much, or the person on the receiving end is not aware of it too much, but yet those thoughts can still influence minds of others, even on unconscious levels. It causes some reaction in them. They don't even know what is happening, but some reaction ensues. So basically, to kind of keep it simple, that's the law of karma in terms of our body, speech, and mind. And it's a natural law. It's not something that Buddha made up or the Indian sages made up. This is a natural law. That certain actions bring certain results. If you put out actions based on greed, hatred, and delusion, then you'll get reactions from greed, hatred, and delusion back to you. And if you put out thoughts of friendliness, kindness, wisdom, love, compassion, friendliness, then you will get corresponding types of reactions back to you also. So the law of karma is one of the most important laws of nature to understand, because basically everybody is trying to find happiness in the world. The drive of all life essentially is to find and live in a state of well-being and so-called happiness, or at least contentment, and to avoid pain and suffering. But pain and suffering also have natural causes, the laws of nature. If people don't understand these laws of nature concerning happiness or pleasure or pain. And so they do things in the sake of trying to be happy. The very things that are doing is causing suffering to oneself as well as so many others. And it's because of not understanding the natural laws, especially about the law of karma, about the nature of the body and mind. Who teaches us about that? Hardly anybody, right? Even, you go to universities where they're supposed to teach skills of life. but they don't even necessarily teach the basic skills of how to live in harmony with the laws of nature, with other beings. So anyway, and that's due to ignorance, not knowing the truth, because few people are really teaching the truth. They might teach a lot of things about knowledge of how to, manipulate the material world, how to, get what you want, how to invent things, many very useful things, of course. Mundane knowledge, what we call mundane knowledge. But not many people are interested in, the deeper type of meaning of life. But anyway, so, and the other law of nature is impermanence, that everything is in a constant state of flux and change. And that's because the nature of all life basically is comprised of cells, molecules, and atoms that go to making up all of the material world, even our own physical bodies. You break it down, all it is trillions of billions of cells, atoms, and molecules and atoms that are densely packed together, creating, this kind of body or that kind of body or everything else you see in the world. And those are constantly changing. So the law of impermanence is also, people act as though things were permanent. So the nature of everything is to change. But we cling on to things wishing that they don't change. So like this body is subject to getting old and dying. That's its nature. There's nothing good or bad about it. It's just the way it is. But people don't want their bodies to change necessarily. Of course, some do, if they have the perfect body. But the fact is, when you start getting old, people don't want to get old. They don't want to lose their eyesight. They don't want to lose their hearing. They don't want to lose their nice, creamy, tight skin, or whatever it might be. Their nice, perfect, pearly teeth. But everything changes. And then when it does, we struggle to try to preserve this idea of youth and beauty, especially in this, Western types of cultures, and if people don't have it, then they get disappointed, or they feel like they're left out, or they feel, unimportant. And it causes so much suffering, mental suffering, as well as physical suffering. Anyway, it's because people don't accept and don't understand the laws of impermanence. And then especially when it comes to getting sick and dying. Somebody does all the right things, eats all the right food, does all the right exercise, but despite all that, they still get something. Cancer, Alzheimer's, any other kind of diseases. And then, of course, old age and death. And no amount of money in the world can prevent diseases and death. You might slow it down a little bit or delay it a little bit, but eventually it catches up. And then it causes more suffering. So anyway, I don't want to belabor that point, but but these are the natural laws of the world. But people live their life out of sync with those natural laws. As I just mentioned, they're trying to prevent the flow of impermanence. Or you find the perfect mate. If people fall in love and this and that, and then it might go well for a while, but then due to various situations, people change. Maybe a relation breaks up. Oh, don't leave me! No. You can't prevent. If somebody's going to change, they're going to change, and nobody can prevent that because it's out of our control. But then people, suffer on account of that they can't accept that change is the natural driver of all life. And that's actually a positive thing because, it would be horrible if you can't change, right? So that's the wonderful part of the Dhamma is that people can change. And if you're not satisfied with certain things, there's some things you can change and some things you can't change. Actually, that's a very beautiful little phrase that everyone's heard about. I forget where it actually maybe originally came from, but wisdom is knowing what can be changed and what cannot be changed. But I want to come back to something even more crucially important about our body and mind. And basically, our body and mind, as we mentioned, the connection between the body and mind, they are actually born together. At the moment of conception, consciousness comes into that one-cell organism, at least from the Buddhist psychological point of view. Maybe other religions have different ideas about when it came, but nevertheless, still, it's that spark of life force that causes the first cellular cells to start multiplying. And that same consciousness or awareness went into every subsequent cell as the baby grows in the womb. So for 9 months, you go from a one-cell organism to multi-billion cell organism in the space of just 9 months. Can you believe that? And forming this very intricate, wonderful human body that, so far is said to be the most complex and thing on earth, yet to be seen, but nevertheless, in the space of 9 months. And all that was occurring basically in the present moment. This tremendous life force rushing through the system, and these cells just multiplying at fantastic rates, growing. And that was occurring basically in the present moment. And that was the body and mind fusion. They weren't separated, because each cell has consciousness. That's a mind. And so basically every cell in our body has a kind of an awareness. And that's why the body has a natural intelligence. That's why it can talk to us. The cells in your toe can talk to the cells in your brain. If you have a pain in your toe, the brain knows it. And the brain knows how to say, hey, you go fix that. Or whatever. If you get a cut, or if you get some viruses coming in, it sets off the immune system, go do this and this and that. Of course, it's not happening in that kind of language, but so there's a natural intelligence going on there. But the main thing, it's present moment awareness. But then, what happens at the time of birth? The baby comes out. What usually first happens?
The breath. They try to inspire the breath.
Yeah, the breath starts beating, but then the doctor pulls out and cuts the cord. Now there's separation. Before it was one. Baby was at one with the mother. They cut the cord. Now it's a little separate, floating by itself. It's no longer connected. It's lost that connection. And then you give it a name. Little Johnny, little Susie. The relatives come over and hold it and goochie goo. And give it all the attention. You give it this attention while calling its name, and little by little it starts to look. So it's starting to think, oh, this name is somehow related to this thing. But when the baby's first born, its consciousness is still oceanic, what is called oceanic. And any child developmental psychologist knows that. Even your mothers, I'm sure, they know that too. The baby doesn't have any idea what it is, doesn't even know what his mother is. Of course, instinctually, it might go for the breast to get some milk. But and it may feel pain, the doctor hits it on the rump. But these are just natural instincts. But it has no idea of anything else, the thoughts in the mind. And this awareness is very, you see those eyes of a young baby, right? They're like, wow. Just everything is flooding in, but without any type of judgments or any other types of attachments or aversion. But then little by little, it starts learning language. It starts learning how to identify, oh, that's a cat and that's a dog, and these are differences between things. And again, little by little, that sense of that what used to be organic or expanded awareness, gradually a little nucleus of an I starts to coagulate in the consciousness and gets centered sort of behind the eyes. And now it's starting to see everything as me here and outside world there. The first boundary, the skin. Everything from the skin inside is me. Everything from the skin outside is the other. Either an object of pleasure or an object of pain. And then the sweet grandmother comes by with a chocolate. It's sweet. So it tastes the chocolate and it stimulates the serotonin in the brain. And he gets a pleasurable feeling. And then it starts to identify the face of the grandmother with a pleasurable feeling. And then it starts to hope that face comes again because of the anticipation of the pleasurable feeling. And then the rough uncle or grandfather maybe holds the baby too tightly and squeezes it and causes a discomfort. And the baby starts to develop aversion to that one. It identifies another face with aversion or indifference if it didn't get anything. And then it starts hoping that that face of the grandmother comes in the future and the face of the other person don't come in the future. That's the birth of the past and future. Past and future is born in the mind at that time in the young baby. Before there wasn't that. And it's based on the pleasurable feeling, the craving or desire for pleasurable feeling, and the aversion and wanting to get away from painful or unpleasant feeling. And that is then multiplied for everything that the baby experiences. You start to experience in terms of these things bring pleasure, these things bring pain. These things I want to get, these things I want to keep away from. Of course, that happens over a long period of time, especially as you start learning language. Maybe the cat comes by and the baby reaches out and grabs the cat's tail and he turns around and scratches and, oh, now that's something I don't want to have. But other relatives come over and start giving it chocolate and giving it, holding it and speaking sweetly to it. And so it starts developing all these desires and aversions and hoping for them to come or not come in the future. And that takes it outside of itself. So that connection to the present moment gets broken. The natural connection to the present moment awareness of just being with the body and the sensations, it gets broken. And the more we start projecting the future or the past, you get further and further away from the present moment. So there's become a disconnect from the body and mind. Before, the body and mind were basically one. Now they've been disconnected. And the mind is floating around in the past and future and less grounded in the present moment. And then lose that connection to the body. And that's what's happened the whole life. And as you grow up, that gets worse, just keeps getting greater and greater and greater. The mind is projecting out, next week, next month, next year, 10 years down the road. And that keeps taking one further away from the present moment. And basically, that's what's happened to everybody. And of course, it has to happen to a certain extent. We can't always just live in the present moment. But no one ever told us to, hey, keep that connection to the body, man. Keep that connection to the present moment. Whoever taught you that? Well, but why didn't they teach you that? As I mentioned earlier, in the universities or the schools, you think that would be the first thing we ever learn, or one of them. Keep that connection to the present moment. The present moment is where the happiness is. That's where life is. No one ever teaches us that. That's because of ignorance. And even the teachers are not connected to the truth. They're teaching certain things, of course, certain valuable, useful things. But when it comes down to our connection to life itself and our own consciousness, that's where, most people don't have much experience. And that's really the beginning of suffering, is the disconnection between the body and the mind. We've lost that sensitivity to the body, that connection to the body. And therefore, we also lost the natural wisdom. Because look, for 9 months, the baby was created in the womb by who? Or you might say God, but let's say nature. The natural wisdom. He didn't use 360 computers, didn't use the, medical doctors, nothing. The natural wisdom embedded in the cells of the universe that grew this. And to create all the wonderful systems in the body, the immune system and everything was perfectly worked. And the body knows how to self-adjust. You eat so much food depending on the weight of the body. That's not determined by you. That's determined by the body's inner natural processes. Well, what else to do? Because it's a self-regulating organism in its natural state. But what have we done? We've interfered with the natural process because we've become disconnected from the body and living mostly just in our mind. And especially with the past and the future and all the worries and everything else that has brought. And that's interfered with the natural, systems of the body. And so the mind can actually do our body more harm than others. This is the simple example of, when you're young, influenced by your friends, you steal a cigarette from your parents, and start smoking, and because no one much has told us much about it. Before we know it, we form a habit, and after a while, start the body start trying to tell you something, but because of that craving for whatever pleasurable feeling or relief that smoking may give you. You override your common sense. So you go to light up a cigarette. The body's trying to tell you, wait, don't do that. I don't like that. But the mind says, shut up. So our mind can be the worst enemy of our body if it's disconnected and it's just craving after external sensory pleasures, because we've lost the pleasure of the present moment with that disconnection. Because when the mind is resting in the present moment, that is natural happiness. That's natural contentment. And you're connected with the serotonin that's continually being produced in the brain because of that present moment awareness. So that's why, in meditation practice, the first stage of meditation practice especially within the Buddhist meditation system, especially the Theravada, mindfulness and vipassana-based meditation, in the teachings of the Buddha on that, is mindfulness of the body. It's because, as I mentioned earlier, this body is the home for the mind. And this body is the doorway for reconnecting with the mind, which is reconnecting also with the present moment awareness. So that's why in this morning's practice, we're trying to practice the mindfulness of the body in all the different postures. Because the body is always here, it's just always here. You know, we're carrying around with us 24/7, 365. The last number? Don't know how long you live, how many years you live. But if we have to carry this body around with us 24/7, 365, why not make the best use of it? Rather than trying to build up big muscles and impress other people and do all kind of other things, why not really use it for the best purpose of reaching our true self, of getting reconnected with life itself? I mean, real life is the sensations that are percolating up through the nervous system, the pulse of blood all over the body, the other types of sensations, the cellular interactions and sensations they produce. That's the real life. That's real living. You know, again, from a deeper point of view. But that's life itself, the living process. But, you know, most people, again, they're so disconnected from that, and they're just stuck in the conventional idea about what life is. But they're disconnected from the real vibration, that vibration of the present moment, which is life force itself. So that's why the, mindfulness of the body is that first stage of learning how to get reconnected to the present moment. Because it's only in the present moment that we can clearly see our mind, how it's moving between the past and the future. Now, easily our mind gets perturbed and distracted and clings and attaches to the various other stimulations coming through us, or even getting trapped within our thoughts. And so, understanding the mind is really, the deepest meaning of developing wisdom. But because we can't just immediately observe the mind, it's too subtle and it operates too fast, that we use the body as a stepping stone for reaching the mind. And the Buddha basically was a scientist. And meditation is considered to be like the scientific experiment. So the Buddha had wandered all over India, going to this guru and that guru, asking them, what's the truth, what's the best meditation, and they all had their different ideas about it. And the Buddha practiced all these various techniques that they were teaching him, but he never became really satisfied with that. He said, why should I go around asking others for the truth? They have a body, I have a body. Let me check it out for myself. That's when he sat down under the Bodhi tree and turned his attention inside. Instead of just wanting to visualize some orange disc in the mind, or visualize some white light or something like that, he tuned into the, got the mind centered and felt the sensations there in the body, and saw how that led him to be able to observe how thoughts arise. He said, "Oh, this is cool." And, kept on, staying focused and like a scientific experiment. But his hypothesis is the nature of suffering and the nature of happiness. And so that's what is in learning meditation. That's the kind of attitude we should have when we sit down to meditate. And we're conducting one of the greatest experiments there is. Experiment about what life is, about what this mind is. Again, not just believing what the scientists are telling us about it, or your psychological professors, or anybody else, but using the natural methods for cultivating that ourselves. So it's like the laboratory. That's where the Buddhists are. They sat down and said, okay, this is the laboratory. And the mind is the microscope. As I mentioned last night in the talk over at the other center, if you want to have a laboratory in the university, you say, oh, let's go to the lab. So you have to walk on down the hall and you have to find the door of the laboratory, right? And then just looking at the door, is that going to help you? What do you have to do? You have to open the door. And then just opening the door is not going to help you. You have to walk inside. Then you have to find the microscope sitting on the table. And you have to put your specimen underneath that, and you have to look through the microscope in order to see what is happening underneath the surface, right? So exactly that is what the meditation practice is. So this body is the laboratory, is the door. So the skin is the door of the lab. Feeling your buttocks pressing the cushion, feeling your hands touching together, feeling the clothes rubbing against the skin. That's the door of the laboratory. But as you keep your attention on the door, and then you start feeling the breathing, it draws your attention underneath the skin, and you start feeling, the subtler sensations. And so that's opening the door of the laboratory and insight. And then the power of concentration, to be able to hold your attention there without being distracted by those hindrances, without falling asleep or getting drowsy or getting distracted by various pains or disturbances, or getting drawn away or lost out in your thoughts and daydreams and so on. So to keep the mind awake and developing concentration. So mindfulness and concentration, those are the two mental powers that we start with in meditation practice. And mindfulness is one of the most important ones. Mindfulness means the wakefulness. That means the state of being awake, mindfulness, alertness. It means being alert, but in the beginning, to the body. So alert. What's the body doing in the present moment? It's sitting. It's sitting like this, or it's sitting like this, or it's sitting like this, or whatever. Standing, sitting, walking, moving, laying down. And you feel that. You feel the sensations connected with the body in whatever posture it's in. And as you're doing that, then gradually you'll start seeing your thoughts a little clearly. When you start to get angry, you can notice that, oh, anger is arising now. Relax. Or if you're getting caught up in some thinking, okay, you'll be able to let go of it and keep coming back to stay grounded in the body. And as you start to observe the breathing, then the breathing becomes the object of the concentration. But the breathing helps to keep the mind centered in the body, because the breathing is going on there in the center of the body, the expanding and contracting of your abdomen, rib cage, and chest. And that's sort of in the center of the body. But the body is sitting all around it. So as you're able to feel the expanding and contracting sensations of the breathing, because it's right there in the middle, at the same time you might feel a little sensation on your cheek, or sensation on your arm, or sensation on your leg. It's all happening right there in that, basically same close area. So you start to feel the body around the breathing, or the breathing inside the body. So you feel that organic unity of the breathing body. It's all happening there basically in that field of awareness. You keep remembering to let go of that thought, keep coming back. Our mind keeps continually getting drawn out into distractions or internal, getting lost in the internal thoughts of past or future, worrying, and so on. So the mindfulness helps you to notice that. So mindfulness of the body leads to mindfulness of the mind. And so when you're aware of the body, just sitting, breathing, when thoughts come up, you can notice, thinking. Or if there's loud sounds distracting you, you can be aware of hearing. It's just sound. And there's a space of detachment arise, this space of what I call the buffer zone, right? The buffer zone. Because that's what's created as you go on practicing mindfulness and concentration. There's a buffer zone arise. That means there's a quiet space between the observing awareness and the sensations that are trying to grab the awareness. So normally there's no space there. Something happens, there's a loud sound, immediately just want to live. Or a fly lands on you. These are unmindful reactions, because there's no space in the mind. The mind contracts around the objects. So in the practice of mindfulness, that's why being able to feel the outline of the body, that creates an expansive, more expanded awareness. So you're kind of feeling the sensations of the outer body, the feet, the hands, the back, the head. So this feeling of a body in a certain shape gets created in the mind. And if you can hold that, which you can with training, then you start to feel the breathing that's in the middle of that body, and you start to feel other sensations that are coming and going. But there's that buffer zone there. It short circuits the reactive process. So really what meditation does, it short circuits the hardwired brain and allows you to flip a switch from reaction to observation. See, normally people don't have that ability. You don't know how to just watch an itch without giving in and wanting to get away from it. Or just to observe your own thoughts without getting sucked into the emotional content. Oh, it's just anger. No, that person made me angry. You start identifying with the cause of the emotion rather than just observing the emotion itself. So anyway, this creates this space of being able to observe without reacting immediately. Eventually you may decide to react, but at least now you have the choice. After you consider, is it necessary to scratch that itch? You realize, no, the itch is going to go away by itself in 10, 15 seconds. No need to waste my energy in getting rid of it when it's going to disappear anyway. And that's why mindfulness also is a conservation of energy. The practice of mindfulness is an ecology. We're conserving our energy. the big talk about conserving energy in the world, right? Change the light bulbs, turn the lights every time you go off. Okay, that may be well and good, but what about conserving the energy of our own body and mind? We only have a certain amount of energy too. And if we waste it by neurotically, trying to get rid of insignificant little unpleasant sensations or itches, which are going to disappear anyway, or getting disturbed because some sound is going on around you, or getting caught up and lost in your anger and re-energizing it with your identifications, we're wasting our mental energy too. So we waste our physical energy, we waste our mental energy. By allowing ourselves to get sucked into those feelings and sensations, because we had never been trained, we don't know any better. So that is the wonder of the practice of meditation, and how the balance of mindfulness and concentration. Meditation is the skill in balancing mindfulness and concentration. So again, mindfulness is the alertness. That means the alertness of the nervous system to feel and notice what is happening. But the concentration is that connection in this sense, in this kind of practice, that the breathing is used as that concentration, because it's a more localized point. And it's there in the middle. So it's like the anchor of a ship, right? And so the longer you can feel the breath going in and out, that creates a certain stability, like the anchor of a ship. And then when something happens, the storms are happening around you, that connection to the anchor prevents the ship from being capsized or crashing into other ships. So the concentration, that connection to the breathing, helps us to remain relaxed when we got a strong itch or a pain arises and the mind is starting to get pulled. But that deeper connection to the breath minimizes the pain, minimizes the impact, and creates this buffer zone to be able to observe the pain and come to terms with it and learn how to skillfully deal with it, or any other emotion. You're getting angry at somebody, or you're feeling any other type of emotion. It gives you the chance to kind of analyze it, let's say. Why is this anger arising? Why am I getting angry? Why is the mind getting angry? Because he insulted me. So what? Why should you let a few words upset you? It's just words. The mind will keep making excuses. And then you keep on justifying them and increasing one's anger. Instead, you analyze it like that, step by step. And of course, applying other aspects of the Dhamma understanding too. Words are just words. If we relate them back to ourselves and cling to them, then that's when it causes agitation. Because it comes back to the ego. If you hear unkind words, you get upset. If you hear kind words, then you feel very pleased, right? Oh, you're so beautiful, you're so intelligent. Then we feel happy. But if they say something else, we feel unhappy. But in reality, it's just words. The baby doesn't understand that. If you call the baby a stupid idiot, he doesn't even know the words, what it is. He's not bothered by that. But it's only because of our clinging to these meanings of words that we've allowed them to bother us. That's why a very powerful practice in mindfulness is this, what is called the noting practice. So whatever might be happening around you, whatever pulling at your mind, you just make a brief note. Like you hear a sound. It's just hearing. Just an innocent sound vibration that comes in one ear and goes out the other. They can't really hurt you. But if you grab that sound and start going to the past and say, oh, that sound in the past was this, and that's the meaning of it, and that's reflected back to myself, only that is when that triggers off anger or happiness, which are just basically chemical reactions in your brain, that's all. But we think it's me that's doing all these things. No, it's just chemical reactions and molecular reactions. That's the mind of a scientist. That's how the Buddha analyzed his body and mind. Rather in terms of seeing these things are happening to me, and this me is the center of the world, he totally, that's not scientific. That's already biased interpretation. So even these so-called scientists today, they're not really scientists from the Buddhist point of view, because they only have an open mind to certain things, the material world, and they don't want to touch the mind, because if they start probing the mind, it's going to tamper with their religious beliefs and so many other beliefs that they're clinging to, and they don't want to go there. So that's not a scientific attitude. Anyway, I don't want to belabor the issue, but it's just that, to get an understanding, a larger understanding of what really we're up against in terms of this mind and the conditionings that have gone on for so long. Since we're a baby, we've allowed these things to keep growing and growing and growing, these delusions. And because of the delusions, the attachments and aversions, and by copying other people, the way they get upset at this and that, we've allowed ourselves to copy them and react. So we have to kind of, we have to conform to society, right? And if we don't, then we're looked on as being, something different. So all these types of ego-dominated pressures have caused us to, create these conditions that we're stuck with. And now it's very, very difficult to change them, but they can be changed. So anyway, this idea of having the scientific attitude when we meditate is to, and so the third stage of meditation is, we mentioned two stages. First, mindfulness. So by being mindful, that means being attentive moment by moment and being able to let go of, overcome your sleepiness and your distractions, let go of the thoughts. By doing that, you become concentrated. You don't really have to concentrate on one particular object, although we use the breathing as one object, but that is simply to stabilize the attention in the present moment, in the body, where that's where the real action is the action coming through your ears and through the other parts of the body, creating these painful and unpleasant sensations, and the thoughts that react to them, not the breathing so much. It's understanding how the mind has gotten caught up into these habits of reaction, action and reaction, and the karmic actions that we've taken on them, how they become habits. There's an interesting saying that, the law of karma, okay, is summed up in these verses. Develop a thought, then you create a habit. Repeat the habits, and you develop character. develop a character, and reap a destiny. So it starts with a thought. The thought to do something like tell a lie or steal something, or the thought to go and sleep with somebody else's husband, wife, girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever, or kill something. And if you just have a couple thoughts about it, but you don't go on repeating it, you may not actually do those things. But if you keep on repeating a habit, which is called sowing a thought, then reap an action. Eventually, if you go on thinking a thought enough, eventually you'll do it. It will override your common sense. Then you sow an action, then you reap the habit. Also, doing it just once or twice may not form a habit, but the average person doesn't have the ability to stop that, especially if it's a pleasant feeling, right? Smoke your first joint. Oh, great pleasant feeling. Want another one. Or sex, or whatever it is. Alcohol, anything. Watching various things. Whatever it gives us a pleasant feeling. Because that's what the mind is always after, pleasant feeling. Because it's lost that connection to the body, the natural pleasant feeling of the present moment. We've had to induce artificial present feelings, depending on things that we can't control in the world. So, sow a thought, reap an action. Sow an action, reap a habit. Sow a habit, reap a character. It means even, the habit, okay, maybe habits, but if you go on doing that, people are going to start knowing you as a certain type of person. That person's a liar. That person's a thief. That person's an adulterer. Or that person is a murderer. That person is this or that. Not because they did it necessarily only one time, but they went on doing it. And then, what comes after that? Reap a character. Sow a character, reap a destiny. The destiny may be getting killed by somebody else because you did something they didn't like, or getting in a car crash because you got inebriated and about to kill yourself or others, or any number of things. But that's the gradual progression of karma. If we're able to nip the thoughts in the bud and don't allow them to go into actions, then they're not going to hurt us. And even doing something once or twice is probably not apt to hurt you, although it can, but let's give the benefit of the doubt. But if you go on repeating those actions enough, then sooner or later we're going to get caught. Like a thief may not get caught the first time, or even the second or third time, but they get benefit from that. They get emboldened, and they want the easy way out. Eventually they're going to get caught. We all know that. All these skeletons in the closet are coming out now. It's what people have done even 20 years ago, ruining their careers, putting them in prison. So that's the karma. But it all starts with the thought. And because we're not able to control our thoughts, for the most part, we get dragged away by it. And I'll just finish this little thing by giving the example I did last night in the talk about the octopus. Okay? So you're an octopus. If he gets one tentacle on you like that, without too much difficulty, you can peel it off and toss it. But each time the octopus gets another one on you, it gets harder to get it off. You with me? And then if he gets 6 or 7 or 8 on you, then it drags you out to sea and drowns you and eats you. And that's what happens to people. They get consumed by their thoughts. They're not able to peel it off soon enough with that quick mindfulness. Thinking. Anger. Okay, that's not a big deal. It's not worth getting lost into. and you let go. But if you don't have that kind of mindfulness, and you don't have the kind of wisdom that can fortify that mindfulness, then you'll be carried away by it. And getting drowned means like people going into deep depression. And being eaten means taking your life. And unfortunately, that's what happens with far too many people. And it's simply because they haven't understood their mind, they haven't been trained to observe their mind and to understand it and to prevent these kind of deep, dark emotions or other types of habits from building up the kind of strength that lead to it. So the whole of the Buddhist teaching, what you find in the Noble Eightfold Path, it starts with right understanding, right thought, speech, action, right effort, mindfulness, and concentration. These are the Buddhist prescription for dealing with that whole picture of the body, mind, and suffering. So actually meditation comes from the same word as medicine. M-E-D-I, right? That root word, M-E-D-I. Meditation, medicine. And also mediation. They all kind of have the same connotations. So medicine is the bridge between sickness and health of the body. Meditation is the medicine for the sick mind, to the bridge between a sick mind and a healthy mind. And a mediator helps to mediate disputes between disputing parties, right? So in that same way, that's the way that we should see meditation as a medicine, and the Dhamma as a medicine too. It's the medicine for the disease of ignorance. So, but again, it all starts with here and now, and learning how to, conduct the experiment for being able to clearly look into the mind and to develop that depth of awareness that can notice the urges before they've triggered off so many other things. So you can notice that because of a painful feeling, there's an urge to move your knee, to get rid of it. So before immediately moving, you just tell yourself, okay, urging. Okay, there's a painful feeling there. It's not so bad. Relax. Kind of just observe it, seeing how it kind of, vibrates a bit, how it kind of gains a little bit in intensity and then slacks off a bit and gains up. And you kind of observe it like, wow, cool. Check it out. It's like a scientist observing blood cells running around and bumping into each other under a microscope. So these molecules are bumping into each other. Instead of just saying, my knee, oh, and worrying about what's going to happen. You see? So that's part of the understanding, the wisdom. Actually, I forgot to mention the third part. So there's mindfulness, concentration, and then wisdom. Wisdom is the insight that comes out of the concentration and mindfulness. It's not just becoming mindful and concentrated. That's not the end of meditation. It's the wisdom that comes out of that. Because just a scientist looking through the microscope and watching white and blood cells interacting or whatever, unless he gets the importance of that and sees deeper into that he understands what he can actually do with it, how to make changes. And so that's the same with the meditation. So anyway, I think it may be enough. I don't want to put you to sleep and bore you too much. But so we want to have another session of meditation before the the day is over. And so if that, but if anybody has any specific questions while it's fresh in their mind, it's based on just what I was talking about in this talk, you could raise the hand before you forgot it maybe.
I did. When you introduce yourself at the beginning of the very workshop, you said it's not mind and body, but mind-body, right? Which I understand is non-dual. And it sounds like a lot of what you're talking about now is this non-dual existence. Things aren't one or the other, but combined. My question is, how does that extend beyond the self, in a sense that all of us are one, instead of a bunch of selves out there acting individually?
First of all, I mean, we have to start where we are, which means dualistic consciousness. But as you are developing the ability to just observe with detachment, and you stop grasping and rejecting things, when you learn how to keep the mind, centered, and gradually the sense of self starts to fade away. Because the sense of self exists in direct proportion to the amount of attachment or aversion that we're giving to any particular thing, even our own thoughts. We identify, oh, this is my body, this is my mind, this is my anger, my. It's always there. So in meditation, we may have to start with that because that's where we're at. You can't immediately go into non-dual awareness. So you have to start where you're at, and you have to gradually work. You have to erode the things that are feeding the dualistic awareness. You have to remove their food. So the food for the ego is reacting to anger, reacting to your emotions, trying to get away from painful feelings. We're trying to capture pleasurable feelings because that's what the ego exists on, is pleasurable and painful feelings. And the pleasurable feeling of thinking, oh, I'm somebody that's so beautiful and intelligent and famous, or the opposite of, oh, I'm nobody, and this, even that's a negative ego. It's still ego. So those have to be overcome by understanding that this body and mind are just molecules, cells, molecules, atoms, electromagnetic energy, and this idea of a self or I is just an illusion created by ignorance. When you understand that, then that sense of self, and you stop feeding it, or just letting that itch be there, letting that pain be there, endure it. It's not going to cure you. And you stop feeding the thoughts and our feelings and emotions, then the sense of self also starts to disappear, because it exists only in relationship to those identifications of pleasure and pain, or I and the other. And as you stop reacting, the mind returns to its natural expanded state of just open, pure awareness. Because the ego is basically ultimately just a thought bubble in your mind. Because the baby didn't have it when it was initially born. So that's the way we have to see that. So it's not going to happen immediately, but as you do, that's a whole four foundations of mindfulness. It's nothing but removing the food of identification to the body, feelings, mind states, and other aspects of the body-mind process. But it takes a long period of time for most people. Can it wait till the end?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and stand up just to relieve any buildup of sensations in your legs.
It's still down. Put it back on later. Just push it downwards. Downwards.
You just,
No, it's not. I'm going in front of that plane. Come on. In the middle.
so again, just relax your arms at the sides. Just kind of try to stand straight but relaxed. Just come to ground zero, the feet pressing the floor. So you feel the whole bottoms of the feet pressing the floor, and heels, arches, the toes. Try to feel those little sensations of pressure in the bottoms of the feet. And let awareness kind of rise up through the legs to feel the straight legs over the feet. Feel your calf muscle, knee, the upper thigh. Feel where the clothing touches the skin of the leg. The outer body, door of the laboratory. Try to feel some sensation in the pelvic and groin area, the buttock. You sat for 1 hour, should be a lot of sensation in the buttocks. All that compressed muscle tissue expanding back out. And feel the weight of the arms hanging from the shoulders. Feel the hands and fingers, and feel the subtle pulsations in the fingers. There's always sensations in the hands and fingers because all the blood has to go down and hit the bottom fingertips, and turn around and come back. There's always some greater sensation in the fingers, which helps to keep the mind alert. Pleasant little pulsation. The organic aliveness of the blood pulsing. It's a natural connection. Remembering the time in the womb, the blood pulsing through the body. See if you can notice the outline of different fingers of the thumb. You don't have to do anything special. Just focus the attention. Tell your thumb from your little finger. Now move the attention up to the stomach and chest area. If your clothing rubs against the skin, stomach, chest, shoulder. Take a couple of deeper, slower breaths to feel that. In a more dynamic way. Breathe in, you can feel that clothing stretched over the skin. You feel your chest, you can feel the heart beating. There's any chest pain. Any thoughts come up about the body while you're doing this, just recognize it as thinking. And come back to the pure physical vibration. Now move the attention to the base of your neck. And see if you can feel inside the throat. Neck and throat to the superhighway, connect the head to the lower body. So much traffic. Moving upwards to feel your lower jaw. Feel the gums, the teeth, the tongue in the mouth. Different sensation. And feel the lips touching together, the dryness and the moistness. And take a few deep, slow breaths. Feel the air moving through the nostrils. Feel the nose and the nostrils. Thousands of times per day, air is moving in and out through the nostrils. keeping this body alive. We hardly ever know it. The silent world. Now feel the eyes and the socket, the eyelids stretched over the eyeball. You relax the eye. You might see some light or color, pattern. Just black darkness. And try to feel your ear, the outer ear, subtle and prickling sensation in your ear, or a magnetized sensation around your ear. If you listen very closely, you might hear some inner sound, like the subtle, shrill pitch of electric wire sound. Being the sound of the brain wave. From that point, that the awareness can expand back out to the edges of the body. Try to feel that outline of the standing body. General sense of the feet pressing the floor, arms at the sides, clothing touching the skin, the head on top. Standing, standing, living, breathing body. You feel that organic aliveness. Parallel universe, parallel dimension. Inner world. Life itself. noticing a thought welling up in the mind, an idea, or an urge. Try to feel that kind of buffer zone of awareness. You can observe a pain without reacting to it. Okay, now you can take a couple of 3-part breaths. We're going to do a few stretches again before sitting down. Get the energy moving more. You're breathing in, hold the air in the lungs for 2 or 3 seconds. Slowly breathing out. Riding that outgoing breath down to the in. And on the next in breath, raise the arms over the head, interlock the fingers, palms up, straighten the arms, stretch the head back, stretch upwards all at the same time. Out breath, touch the top of the head. Feel the sensation, energy rushing in breath. Out. In. Release the fingers. Out breath. Relax. Feel the whole body. Increase pulsation, vibration. And then next, on an in breath, push up on the toes, arms over the head, stretch up. Out. So use the breath to help lift and lower the body. In. Out. Then we'll do the side bending, you do one arm at a time. On the in-breath, raise the left arm up and try to keep the fingers and the arm straight, close to the head. On the out-breath, bend over the right side. In-breath up. 2 more times, same side. Out-breath. The out breath, lower that arm. Next in breath, other arm up. The left side 3 times. Out breath. Out breath. And then the head turning in breath right. Out breath left. To the right. Out breath left. Out. In breath, let the head stop in the center. Just feel the whole body. You feel that increased organic aliveness. So many different sensations. Some of them are light, pleasant sensations. Some are prickling, itching, or annoying sensations. They're always changing, coming and going. You can't control them. sit back down. Okay, you know, in the meditation practice, one of the ideas is to be able to sit a little longer, and also to specifically to once you get grounded and centered in the body, to pay attention, especially to the unpleasant or irritating sensations that arise, because usually they outnumber the pleasant sensations, and they take many forms, such as you can feel a little tiny prickling sensation, like there are ants crawling over the skin, or sometimes a little stinging, like something's biting you, or some itch, or it could be just a dull ache or a pain, or even where the skin is clothing binding on your armpit, creating an unpleasant sensation. You can notice the urge to want to move it, but just to try to create that buffer zone of just watching, and even to use the label of urging, or aversion, kind of tell yourself to relax. It's no big deal, and you can endure that. It's doable, and just pay attention to other things, and you forget about that. And just see how many different, try to maintain that connection to the breathing that's there in the middle, but at the same time noticing other sensations that are continuously coming up in different places. You might feel something on your head, something on your toe, all points in between. You can't never predict what's going to happen anywhere in the body, but that awareness, that mindfulness, is that awake state, is like being able to notice and detect anything that's impinging the nervous system. That's a very deep state of awareness. The more little sensations you can notice, the awareness gets very, very deep and very still. And again, just noticing those urges, and try to sit through the pains for longer, knowing that none of those are really going to kill you or do anything to you. Let's see how quickly those urges to want to move or scratch and so on come up. Okay, so again, once you place your hand somewhere, try not to move them also. Even if you want to feel that urge, see that urge to want to change your hand position. And then why? Well, because it's always because of an unpleasant sensation. And it's good to detect that, because then you can relax around it and conserve your energy. Again, ecology of the body and mind, conserving our bodies, wasting our body energy by twitching, fidgeting, moving, and also our mind, learning how to just recognize our thinking, especially aversions. So you can just feel the body pressing the seat. Just try to establish that whole body awareness. Feel that kind of general or vague outline of the body in the mind's eye. Take a few deep, slow breaths. Really ground the attention in the body. After breathing in, hold the breath in for a few seconds to feel that subtle sensations of oxygenation. And just to feel that present moment pause. When you're holding in the breath, the mind really can't think about anything. It's such a powerful sensation. And even at the end of the out breath, there might be a pause, a second or two before breathing in again. And those pauses is the present moment. You feel the vibration of the present moment. If you still have lots of thoughts by yourself, you can try counting your breaths from 1 to 10 if you found that helpful. Try to develop better concentration. Or just maintain that awareness of sitting and breathing. In, sitting. Out, sitting, breath by breath, moment by moment. Any sounds take the attention. It's just hearing. Sound vibration. If you think about the sound, that's thinking. Hearing and thinking are two different phenomena. Just opening the door of the laboratory, going inside, feel subtler vibration, thought. staying alert moment by moment, breath by breath. Maintain that connection, movement of breathing in the middle of the body. Around that, you can also notice other sensations, bodily sensations, coming and going, pricklings, itches, pulsation. Your eyes last 1 or 2 or 3 seconds, then something else comes up. A thought or an urge arise in the mind. From time to time, take a few deep, slow breaths. Re-energize the nervous system awareness. Stay grounded in the body and awake. Sounds arise, vanish, create thoughts, something else comes, goes. Through this breathing body. When pains arise, observe those painful sensations. They well up, come to a peak, change, vanish. You keep the body relaxed and open. Feel those vibrations ricocheting around. Stay connected to the breathing. Many of those sensations vanish on their own or decrease. Relax the body, relax the mind. Just try to sit for a little longer. If you need to, you can stand up and continue standing position. Dukkha pata jani dukkha bhaya pata jani bhaya soka pata jani soka hontu sabbe pipaninu. May the suffering be free from suffering. May the fear struck be free from fear. May the grieving be free from grief. In this way may all beings live with mindfulness and wisdom. And thus spoke the Buddha. Now mindfully place your hands on the edge of the knees and straighten up the back. And on an in-breath, stretch the head back, pulling the hands against the knees, arch the spine. And lift the head up. On the out-breath, press the chin to the top of the chest to stretch the neck vertebrae. And lift the head up level on an in-breath. Relax on the out-breath. And keep the mind in the body. Don't let it rush to the future. And slowly unfold your legs. Be aware of the changing sensations, of the relief of discomfort. And stretch the legs out. And flex the toes a few times, with the blood coming down into the feet, legs. Keep the heels about 6 inches apart. Make some circular movements with the ankles and the feet. Loosen up the ankles. A few times in each direction. And then the forward stretch, hands to the chest, in breath. Out breath. Pull the head forward and downward towards the legs. Hold your maximum stretch. Feel all those sensations in the legs and spine. And breathe in, sit up. Just pause. Close the eyes, feel the body exactly as it is. Buttocks and heels pressing the floor. Hands on the leg. Clothing touching the skin on different places. Head balanced on top. Different sensations. Still ever present, natural awareness, body centered awareness. It's always there, just beneath the active neurotic mind. Dimension of awareness centered in the body. Nervous system. It's like the engine of a car, perfectly idling in the neutral gear. It's the body idling in neutral, blood pulsing through the veins. Different sensations. Even if you rev up the engine, the car doesn't go any place. There could be pains or other distractions, but the mind is resting in stillness, resting in being, easiness. That's meditation. The mind in the middle. Resting in the middle between pleasure and pain, between the past and the future, between self and others. Then draw your feet up and come to that position just before you would stand up, kind of squatting position. And again, pause, don't rush to stand up. And the pauses is the present moment. On an in-breath, you feel the muscles in your legs pushing the body up. And be aware of any rush of sensation or dizziness. The body is just there, standing, feet pressing the floor, arms and hands at the side, clothing touching the skin. Head balanced on the top. Different sensations coming and going. Sounds coming and going in the background. the way it is, here and now. Is the mind content with the present moment? Or is it hoping for the future? Clearest definition of suffering is wanting to be elsewhere. In here and now, in time and place. You can't choose the world, you can't choose the perfect condition. Okay, and we want to do this one last round of the walking meditation. This walking meditation is very useful. I mean, standing meditation too, because you can't always be sitting. And, even during the day, you're walking or standing sometimes, and people don't know how to meditate. If you know how to use it, if you're standing around, just having fill your cup with some water or something in the market, you can just pause a minute, or even just 5 seconds with your feet on the ground. Just remembering it is standing. It's wonderful. To break that neurotic push to the future. The present moment's always there. Okay, so kind of clear anything from the aisle around on the seats, so we have room to walk. Spread yourselves out. Does anybody have any questions about the walking that we did this morning? I'm going to try to do that in the same way, try to coordinate it. How many people were able to coordinate it with the breathing and kind of get into that flow of, lifting, swinging, placing, pressing? So, again, let's go ahead and face that way. Just beginning in breath, lifting, swinging, out breath, touching, pressing, shifting forward. In breath, lifting, swinging, out breath, touching, pressing, shifting forward. In breath, lifting, swinging, out breath, touching, pressing, shifting forward. And feel all those different sensations on the feet. Lifts up, swings through the air, presses the floor. feel the body completely clear. Sound from the joy in the background. Space of awareness. Clear flat with the full stop, standing. The inner world and the outer world, parallel world, occurring simultaneously. Worlds apart, settled inner body, thought, the inner world, the outer world, Now we're going to do a simple exercise in just turning around from where you are, just to have an exercise in turning awareness. Even small little things that you do can be done with that same kind of alert attention. So we're going to kind of just turn the body around in place, like in a 360-degree circle from where you are. And try to pay attention, do it slow enough, like we did with walking, that you can feel all the little different movements needed to turn your body around. If you have to lift one foot a little bit, and turn a bit, put that down, lift another one up, turn a bit, and the whole sequence of small little lifting, turning sensations to get the body turned around. Keep reminding yourself, all reminding you of that, just turning. Just where you are, and just begins. The slower you do it, the more things you'll notice. So just begin turning, 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 turning. Turning, 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 turning all the way around, and then standing, standing, standing. Hearing, hearing, thinking, thinking. Really listening awareness. And focus on the sound. See how many different sounds you hear going on. Space for a second. Sound on the left side, sound on the right. Front and back, outside and inside. Just arising back. While hearing the sound, feel the subtle inner body sensation. Inner and outer world at the same time. lifting, swinging, touching, pressing, lifting forward, lifting, swinging, touching, pressing, moving forward. Now, why don't you come back to your seat? Was there any written questions? While we're waiting for that, so in doing that walking meditation and those different little exercises we're doing, could anybody kind of get a sense of that? Anybody had get a sense of the present moment?
And especially with the breathing, when I was able to work with the synchronizing of the breathing, with the stepping and the lifting, I found that very, I found that was the kind of engagement I've been looking for a long time with walking meditation.
Yeah, well, once you do it enough where you have a balance and you don't have to worry about so much about losing your balance, or falling over, or something else, then you can really get into it. When we are pausing there, could some of you also like hear many different little sounds as well as body sensations going on almost like simultaneously? That's a good skill to have, because that breaks down this barrier of inside and outside when you're able to feel subtler sensations going on inside, but at the same time even subtler sensations. That's the way that you expand awareness. You know, the hippies talked about expand your mind through drugs, but this is actually expanding the mind through meditation in terms of expanding the field of consciousness outside of your little me observations and caught up in your mental trips and so on. That expanding the awareness out even beyond the borders of the me and the skin. You'll be amazed when you come to a deep state of stillness, how many things you can notice going on at the same time. It'll blow your mind, to use that expression. Okay. So let's see what kind of questions came up today. Hope I brought my glasses today. This green seems to be a favorite color of Richmond. This morning at the house at the Ekoji temple in the back, I was commenting to one or two people the colors of what were those flowers?
Hydrangeas.
What?
The hydrangeas.
Yeah, they were that color, right? Green color, I never saw green colored hydrangeas. The same exact green color. Okay. I'm a seasoned meditator, but sometimes I fall into an almost vegetative state. I'm not asleep, I'm aware of my breathing and body and maintain my posture, but something is off. What is it? Am I falling asleep? I have to rouse myself out of it, but it happens a lot. Well, yeah, that's a common experience, because when people start to meditate, in the beginning they have to really struggle to, bring their mind back to their object of meditation, and struggle with sleepiness, or just too many prolific thoughts, or struggle with restlessness, always kind of fidgeting, but then when that calms down, then this more sense of deeper state of stillness arises, and it's so peaceful. It's like, and the mind kind of just wants to sort of kick back a little bit, and it might still be aware of your breathing, as this question was saying, but yeah, it's kind of bordering on the state of being asleep and awake at the same time. But it feels nice. It feels like you're still meditating, but basically it's a dead end. It's like going into a cul-de-sac, and it usually doesn't go anywhere after that. So you have to, and especially there's what I call the trap of tranquility. There's the trap of tranquility, because it feels so nice, and it's kind of you think you're meditating, but it doesn't go much after that. And you could stay that way for a long period of time and not kind of go to the next step. So people are always saying, what's the next step after watching the breath or after gaining tranquility? Because a lot of people don't go much beyond that. Partly because they probably don't practice enough, or they have other certain types of impediments and so on that prevent that. But we never know when the mind might, elevate to a higher plane of vibration, what I call vibrational awareness. And it's basically you have to get more alert. And specifically trying to, as I was mentioning in that last walking, instead of just hanging out with the breath or in this kind of limbo state, you have to double down. That's the time to double down, not to relax. But doubling down means staying focused and like turning up the power of the microscope to try to notice more and more subtle sensations. That'll perk up the awareness. Or even listen to more sounds. Instead of just feeling the body, do a listening awareness. Or to hear sounds, outside of your building, inside the body, on the right, the left, above, below. Especially if you live in a kind of a place with lots of noise. Actually, that's good. Listening meditation can be very powerful. Most people say, sounds are a distraction. But no, they don't have to be. So especially in Vipassana meditation, everything is an opportunity to be awake, whether it's a pain in the body, or it's a loud sound, boom, going off, and watching your reaction to that, seeing how the domino effect of everything is, you see how the body's just a conditioned organism. So the insights that you get out of that, that's part of the meditation. It's not about just about going into a feel-good state and hanging out there for an hour. That's very mediocre meditation. But it's the insight meditation that gives you insight into your own mind and develops this very powerful present awareness that's not isolated from anything else. People think meditators escape from the world. No. We invite the world in. Come on. More sounds, more pains. I can do it. You ain't gonna bug me. You have the awareness centered in the middle and invite the world in, knowing that it's all illusion. That everything you're experiencing is some thought in your mind, for the most part. There are vibrations. But what our mind does to the vibrations, making them into monsters, good, evil, and blah, 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 that's all created in the mind, its thoughts. And once you understand that, the rest is gravy. It's like reaching the peak and then coasting down the other side. But anyway, to get out of that state, that trap of tranquility, just deliberately start, if you have to, do a few little exercises, get more activity going. So you wake up you elevate the awareness up to a kind of a higher alert level where you're feeling, there's subtle sensations, seeing the connection between the sensation and the thought. It triggers off, how that triggers off other things. Again, it's like turning up the power of a microscope, even to the point of an atom smasher. It'd be incredible. I mean, this mind is more powerful than the most powerful microscope, or equally. But especially in terms of understanding the vibrations of consciousness, which regular microscopes can't detect. Because consciousness is the world. So anyway. So don't be worried. If you can't feel much in the body, do listening meditation. Because again, it's just awareness. Whether it's awareness of a sound, awareness of a body feeling, awareness of your breath, awareness of a thought. Awareness is awareness. We're not interested in the objects of awareness. We're interested in awareness itself. And once you understand what awareness is, objects no longer bother you. And most people can't separate the object of awareness from awareness. It's like oil and water, right? A bead of oil floats on top of the water, right? They don't mix. So the same way, our awareness, or pure awareness, expanded awareness, is like just the water, and all the sight, sound, smells, taste, pains, this and this, just drops of oil floating on the surface, which don't penetrate. Or like the beads of water on a lotus. That's of course a very popular image, in spiritual taking the lotus flower and the water just beads up on a lotus leaf and rolls off. So the same way, when the mind is grounded in awareness, it's no longer disturbed by the various sight, sound, smells, taste, touches, the six sense of vibrations. It's not recording.
I don't know.
When you're asked them to meditate on a question, and you get two different responses from the voice, which one do you listen to? You listen to the voice that's not affected by greed or hatred or delusion. Or most people's minds are always wavering or hesitating, or they have doubts, and so it can't make a decision. So it might give an answer or two different answers because it doesn't have that clarity to give a definitive answer. So there's still confusion in the mind. Of course, that's not going to be overcome easily. That takes years, for most people, years and years of meditating until the mind learns to differentiate between various thoughts or opinions that are going through the mind. And don't always believe what you think, because usually your answers are going to be conditioned and based on other things. Like if you question your emotions, why is this emotion arising? So on one hand, the mind is dominated by the ego. You say, well, I have the right to be angry. The person insulted me. Or the next moment, well, maybe it's just a habit. And so maybe both answers are right. So you have to kind of keep observing and keep on whittling it down. And maybe you'll never come to an absolute answer unless you understand that it's just awareness. Because all the different dualities of right and wrong, good, bad, these are also just conditioned opinions in the mind based on experience. Now, some of them have reality. In the Dhamma context, whatever we would call bad, that means something that leads to pain for oneself, others, or both. And what is good leads to less pain or happiness for oneself, others, or both. So that's a kind of a mirror called the mirror of Dhamma. Whatever you intend to do, the Buddha gave these instructions actually to his son named Rahula. He gave his son these instructions. Whatever you're about to do, before doing it, you should examine it. Is what I'm about to do, whether it's a body action, a speech, or even a thought, is this going to be something that's going to be conflictive or painful for myself, others, or both? And if you see it is, don't do it. And then if while doing it, if you slip up and you didn't examine it before you started doing it, while you're doing it, if you understand that what you're doing is going to bring pain for yourself, others, or both, cut it off. Don't keep going on there. But if you happen to go through the whole thing and before you were aware and only at the end you ask, what I just did, is that going to bring pain for myself, others, or both? And if you see it going to be yes, determine there and then not to repeat it. But if you determine that whatever you're about to do, let's say you're about to help a little old lady across the street, or carry the heavy groceries, what I'm about to do, is that going to bring happiness for myself, others, or both? Then do it. If the time is right, if the conditions are right, you make it, okay, do that. So, and if at the end you found out that what you did brings you happiness to yourself, others, or both, repeat it. Make a habit of it. That's the practice of Dhamma. And that's the way that we gradually decrease the weight of the past negative vibrations and karma and increase the weight of the good memories and the effects of the better actions. And in the end, we can go beyond good and bad. Even you can give up deliberately wanting to do good. But in the beginning, we need to combat the effects of the negative actions by doing more wholesome qualities. which means practicing friendliness, generosity, developing wisdom, all these, normal sort of good qualities. And giving up, stinginess and miserliness and anger and hatred and ego and pride and haughtiness and all these kind of things, which only bring negative vibrations around. So that should be the criterion, actually. What advice do you have for people in recovery from alcohol? Of course, we don't have to limit it to drugs and alcohol. Recovery from any other kind of addictions too. It's, there's so many negative addictions in the world. Well, we have to replace it with something else. And why do people get addicted to anything, especially drugs and alcohol? They do it to kind of get away from their problems, right? Or they get it to get high. Back in the 60s, right? The hippies, took drugs, or they still do it now, to get high. Why do they want to get high? Because they're not high. So in meditation, there's something missing. There's empty holes in themselves. So in meditation, you gradually learn to fill those empty holes with vibrations of aliveness. Like feeling the blood pulsing in your veins and arteries, feel the little sensations. Let in the world rather than pushing out the world. From a meditative point of view, from the state of awareness. And then you'll become naturally high. Because the mind isn't grasping after high or low. Even the idea of high and low are just is a division of the mind. But the mind that's not needing anything, that's resting in the present moment, that is a natural high. So, of course, somebody who's in the grips of addictions may not be able to meditate very easily because of the strength, but done in conjunction to follow other standard protocols and so on. Like even going to AAA or what they call other things. There's Drugs Anonymous and all these kind of things. And they employ different spiritual teachings to it, and all of those are useful. But meditation can enhance that. But again, it's not easy. It's not even easy to meditate for a person that doesn't have those kind of addictions. But everyone's addicted, to various things. They're just different types. Could be addicted to the ego. So that's also an addiction. It's like a drug. So, but the advice would be you have to have a lot of patience, and the more, all the various types of support you can get by going to groups, whatever you feel helps you to keep from going down or back to the old ways. We need all the help we can get, but not being overly dependent on others, knowing that even though whatever the lowest depths you might have gotten to, understand that below that there's the Buddha. That means there's the pure mind. There's awareness. And that's what we have to have the faith about. That it's there, no matter how dark you might get stuck in your mind. It's just a temporary mind state. Underneath that, there's the light of pure awareness. So anything we can do to help remind ourselves of that. like pausing every time. That's why making these pauses. And what I tell people usually at the end of retreats, practice M&Ms. An M&M is a minute of mindfulness. To practice to pause during the day every hour for 1 minute. Stop what you're doing. Let go of that rush to the future and just bring your attention to feel your feet on the ground or feel your buttocks on the seat. If you're standing, the best time to do it is actually when you're standing. And practice a minute of standing awareness. Just feel the feet on the floor, the hands at the side, clothing touching the skin. Yes, standing. And whatever else your mind is doing, that's something else. But just, touch base with the present moment vibration. And all your other dharmic knowledge or insights will kind of become recrystallized in that moment. And you can tell yourself, don't rest. That lady in front of me with 20 packages, send her metta. Don't get angry about it. Or you're standing in wait the checkout line, Instead of looking around, or looking over the People's magazines to find out, Michael Jackson reborn. Just, keep your feet on the ground. Take a couple of deep, slow breaths. Taking deep, slow breath is wonderful. It's really a cure-all. If you ever want a cure-all in the world, you would pause and take a deep, slow breath. Hold the breath in the lungs several seconds. Slowly breathe out. Do that a few times. And whatever you might have been caught up in before that, it will have vanished. So, anyway, that's just some advice. But I think, doing stuff like yoga also is very good for people in that kind of recovering from addictions because, getting grounded and getting a good feeling in the body, stretching the muscles and joints and feel more alive. That's why people get addicted. They don't feel alive. So they need these addictions to make them feel alive. Any particular tips for those with trauma and have increased anxiety with the breath? It's kind of strange to me how somebody can have anxiety with the breath. The breath is life. It's life. Unless one had been strangled or something in a past life and had some issues with that. But otherwise, but it's true that deep breathing opens oneself up. And if you've had trauma and fear of the world, or you've been abused or whatever else, then of course, that might have severely impacted the cells of the lungs and the memory and so on. But still, with, I think, a regular and steady practice of developing breathing, it can be done. And because actually in all my studies in yoga in India, I lived in ashram in India for 6 months even before I became a monk. It was one of the most valuable, apart from the meditation practice, that learning how to do deep, slow breathing was revolutionary. But you have to start out slow. Most people have contracted lungs because of emotional states and bad postures. That's why we can't breathe very deeply, because we're always kind of hunched over and contracted, and so that prevents the rib cage and the lungs from expanding. And then because of that, there's the fear of death. You're not getting enough air into the lungs. So anyway, you start out, and counting is a good way to train yourself. So even if you have a loud ticking clock or something, you sit by that, or a metronome or something. In the beginning, just try a 2-second breath. Just try to, for 2 seconds, like breathe in. and pause even just for, let's say, a half a second. Or not even at all, and then take 2 seconds to breathe out. And just kind of pushing the expansion of the lungs, just a wee bit, little by little. And then after you can do that for 5 minutes without feeling fatigued or so, boost it up to like 3 seconds or 4 seconds for one in breath. Holding the breath a little bit longer. And then once you're able to do that for 5 minutes without feeling tired, boost it up a little more to a 4-second breath or a 6-second breath. Holding the breath in, like you take 4 seconds to breathe in, hold the air in the lungs 2 seconds. And you take 2 seconds to breathe out, and you pause, or you take 4 seconds to breathe out and you pause for 2 seconds. I mean, most people should be able to do what's called a 4:2 ratio fairly easily. It's not really that difficult. But again, some people may have difficulty. Because see, the normal rate of breathing is about 15 times a minute, even in rest. That's what most of the books say. Right? And if you can cut that down to just, let's say 6 breaths a minute, that would be a radical change. Taking 6 breaths a minute is not really that difficult. In the yoga ashram I used to practice where I could get down to just 1.5 breaths in a minute and continue that for 10 minutes. And you're in a deep state of samadhi just by doing that alone, not even concentrating on something else. Because it changes the whole blood chemistry of the whole body-brain chemistry when you're doing that. But of course, it takes a long time to do that. But I'm saying, so you just gradually increment the amount of time from a 4:6 ratio, or a 4:2 to a 6:3 to an 8:4 to a 10:5 and a 12:6. 12:6 is fantastic. That means you take 12 seconds to breathe in, hold the breath in the lungs for 6 seconds. You take 12 seconds to breathe out and pause for 4 to 6 seconds before breathing in again. How many seconds is that total? 24, 6, 30. You're down to 1.5 breaths a minute. Just doing that. But again, it takes a long time. It took me about a year to build up to that level, practicing every day for quite a long time. But you can, whenever you're thinking about it, you're sitting around, you're riding on the bus, you're waiting there in your car at a red light, just take a couple of deep, slow breaths, just practice. Even that was almost a 5 or 6 second in-breath. It's not much. Holding it in for a few seconds. So beautiful. You can't think when you're holding in the breath. It's like getting hit with a ball-peen hammer. It's so powerful a sensation you can't really think. And when you let out the breath, it's a very relaxing sensation. And you pause for a second or two to feel that stillness. And you gradually you keep doing that over and over. But it's like anything else. The more you practice, the easier it becomes, and the longer you can do it. And so, when you're sitting around at your house, even if you're watching TV, just try to sit straight. And just do some deep breathing, even while you're talking to somebody. Or there's so many times you can do that, and it all is very beneficial. Some Vipassana meditation walking uses individual lanes. What is the difference in philosophy, outcome, benefits? No, I mean, individual lanes, and it's just so, person doesn't walk off a cliff or something. In the traditional monasteries in like Thailand and Sri Lanka and Burma, yeah, every monk's kuti has an individual walking lane because they're living alone out in the forest in different places, so they have walking lanes. And it's also so you can keep it clear, so scorpions and snakes can be seen easily, and you keep it swept, so it's got nice sand on it. And they just walk from one end to the other, and then they stop and stand. And then they slowly turn around, and then they walk back to the other end, and they do that, as long as they like. And usually there's a bench at the end, and then they sit down, and they sit for an hour. And whenever it gets too painful or they get sleepy, they stand up and they start walking again, back and forth. But in groups, like, when you're doing it in groups in centers where there aren't these individual lanes, or where you're, you have to have a lot of discipline to do that, because doing it on your own is the mind will make up all kinds of tricks. Why it should change something or do something different or walk faster, or, there's no one watching them. So that's why group practice is good for people whose discipline is not very good. So, so whether you're doing it in a group, you get a more intense practice when you're kind of going around in a circle, because you have to walk slowly because the person in front of you, right? So, but you also need to learn to do it by yourself too. So whenever you're walking in your own house, just like, whenever you stand up from having finished doing something, before rushing off, first just stand up straight, take a deep, slow breath, don't rush. And then just do, even if it's just 5 or 6 steps, lifting, swinging, touching, pressing, shifting, to walk from the sofa to the sink, or from your bedroom to the living room, or whatever. All of these little short periods also add up. The mind seems to think we need to zone out. Is there any true spiritual benefit to going unconscious? Depends on what you mean by unconscious. There can be different levels of going unconscious. It's being lost in your daydreams is basically being unconscious, because you're not conscious and alert to the present moment of what you're doing, basically. No, there's not too much spiritual benefit or meditational benefit in doing that. Although it may feel good. And it may feel like you're kind of meditating, but again, it's just a dead end, people going around in circles. And making inference to behaviors like gulping your food, mindless states, other things. That's just basically, most people are living in, a semi-unconscious state. That means they do things, but they're not really fully aware of what they're doing, because they become habits. The body can even walk in its sleep, right? Sleepwalking. The body can be trained to do things. Cells have memory and so on. And so, but basically it's not much different than a zombie. So there's not the consciousness there. So there's not much likelihood of changing. And then there is the danger of getting in an accident. You may luck out, like the classic example, driving a car and then you daydream and you forget you were even driving, and 10 seconds later wake up and, oh my God, I wasn't even conscious for 10 or 15 seconds. You could have gotten killed. You just lucked out that you didn't run off the road or something. So that's why, mindfulness, most of the time we do things unmindfully. That means, there's a difference between kind of mindfulness and just ordinary awareness. Like, okay, I could do something like, take a drink of water, it's very quickly kind of put it back. But I would miss at least 1,000 moments of true present moment awareness by doing that. I might be generally aware that I just took a drink of water, but not really in the present moment, because my mind was in the future. It had an idea, I want to finish this so I can do something else. So that's why people's minds are mostly in the future. Of course, they do go to the past quite a lot, but primarily in their waking state. And for most people, their days are so packed full of things that they do, right? They never have enough time to do it all. And so they're always thinking, how quickly am I going to get through this? So they walk quickly to get to someplace. They're eating quickly. They're whatever they're doing. They're talking quickly. So, that's most of it is what we call unmindful, in terms of, really doing things mindfully. So you're really aware of the hand lifting up, and aware of that aversion to an itch, and then, touching. But you're doing that in the present moment. So even though there is the idea of a future, doing something in the future, you're doing it in the present moment. You're doing it with present moment awareness. But there may be the object, okay, I'm going to go to that place, but while you're going, you're in the present moment. The mind isn't there and then you step in a manhole or step on a snake or bump into a tree, because your mind wasn't present with what you do. So most every single accident that happens is due to unmindfulness. You stub your toe, walking too fast, not paying attention when you're going to stub your toe, or bump into something, or whatever. And so only when you deliberately practice periods of mindfulness in these sort of, we call them sterilized conditions, but only then do you realize the difference between doing something in a relaxed, mindful, present moment awareness as opposed to a neurotic future state. Yeah, that seems to be all the questions. We have maybe time for another one or two if somebody wants to raise their hand. Some ongoing question beyond that. Or so? Yes?
I was wondering if you had any recommendations for finding a balance between trying to stay in the present moment as much as possible while also incorporating planning for the future skillfully as well as learning from the past. How do we hold all of those three in a balanced way together?
Well, it takes practice, but even while you're maybe planning something, learn to pause for some seconds or a minute in between. Let's say you're planning a wedding, for example. You got all these lists. Okay, after doing that for 10 or 15 minutes, when you find yourself getting a little flustered, and I forgot it. Pause, stop. Do an M&M. Just stop what you're doing. Kind of sit up straight, take a deep, slow breath. Hold the breath in a few seconds. Then let the breath out. It's just like getting injected with a tranquilizer. It just calms you right down. And at least to calm down so you're not in that kind of hyper flustered state. And then go back again to doing what, but make it a habit to stop, to recognize when you're going too fast, you're starting to get flustered. That's the time you have to have the discipline to stop, pause. The world's going to wait. And take a couple of deep, slow breaths. Touch base with that present moment. Tell yourself to relax, slow down. And then again, go back to what you were doing. So that's really the best way to balance that. But, initiating that habit of learning to pause, that's, it should be simple, and it is simple if people actually do it, but remembering to do it it's hard. And if you can't even do that much, I'm sorry.
How do you see setting intention as fitting into mindfulness?
Setting intention?
Setting your intention of what you want to do. So it could say, I'm going to walk across this room. That is my intention, right? Not my goal, but my intention. How is that?
Okay, what is that intention based on? Is that intention going to be something that's good for you, others, or both? Or not for you, others, or both? Of course, you might not be able to answer that specifically, but learning to slow down and mindfully walk naturally is good for oneself and others, and both. But if you rush over there to somebody and then trip and fall and knock them down, then that's not good for you, others, or both. But anyway, so the intention, we have to be clear on what is the nature of this intention. Is it going to be a skillful intention, skillful something, or not? Like even to speak before you speak, especially if you're speaking with somebody where there could be tension or arguments that could easily come up. Be careful. What do I need to say right now? Is it really going to be necessary? Because you don't know how a person's going to explode or erupt. You might think you're speaking the most calm and helpful words, but you don't know how another person's going to take it, right? Your kids or anybody else. They could erupt. People are like volcanoes, waiting there to erupt at any time. So that's why the intention is to, before you're doing something, to pause and say, is this really going to be necessary at the moment? Maybe it's not the right time. Maybe there's a better time to confront your child about a certain particular thing or something else. And never do it out of anger, or being frustrated. First, always take a couple deep, slow breaths. Again, that's the magic pill. If there's a magic pill, taking a deep, slow breath is the magic pill. And calm down. And then try to speak in a constructive way. But still, people may still take your things the wrong way. I mean, this is the nature of human interaction. That's why speaking less is better than speaking more. Because most people speak because they want to put their opinions ahead of others, or whatever, show off their knowledge, and so on. But
what about gratitude meditation? Where does that fall into practice?
Well, it's also an important part, because knowing that we don't exist alone. And we're dependent beings. I mean, you know, and no matter, even if you're living alone, you're still dependent on others. Somebody's making the food that you're buying or getting, or, you know, the animal's giving you your life if you're out there hunting and killing some animal to eat. You know, we don't live alone in the world. Even though we may be alone, we're not independent totally. So to have gratitude with what you have. There's so many people that don't have anything, and especially if your life is fairly okay. Most people living in this country, you know, compared to half the world, I mean, their life is, even though they may think it's miserable, it's not nearly as miserable as probably half the world. And so to have gratitude with what we have, we take things for granted, right? Most people, they don't have that gratitude. So the gratitude helps to weaken the sense of I and ego as well. And so by, you know, thanking people for their help and repaying people's kindness, not just taking, but repaying it in some way, in some proportion to how you've been helped and so on. Like, you know, some stranger, you know, you're broken down on the road and somebody just stopped and, you know, help you fix your car or give you gas or whatever, and, you know, so have gratitude and, you know, pay that back and don't just take, but to give. So, and forgiveness also. So forgiveness is a very important thing to incorporate. Whenever somebody crosses you or does something that you're resentful about, holding grudge, you got to let go of that quickly, because it's a poison, you know, and it festers inside of ourselves. So there and then, let's say, you know, during the day some colleague at work or somebody else does something that gives you a look or says something or whatever that you get a little bit resentful for, and, you know, say some 4-letter words beneath your breath or something like that, you know, stop and do an M&M instead of going on that and festering on it for a long time. Stop and do an M&M. Take a couple of deep, slow breaths, and then just reflect on, okay, they said something. So what? Is it really going to kill me? Really hurting me in any way? Probably not. Just hurting your ego, maybe. Or maybe they are cheating you in some way, you know, whatever. You didn't repay your loan, or they just, you know, your tools, they didn't bring them back, you know, that thing. But you always have to ask, did I never do anything to anybody else? And but anyway, to forgive others that may have done something, and forgive yourself also. If you did something unskillful, you made a mistake. We're always going to make some mistakes here and there, because we're not all perfect. So you learn to forgive others and forgive yourself, and then send metta out for both yourself and others. So that's a good thing to do every night, actually, you know, so you don't keep those things inside. Somebody else had a question back there.
Just had a question. I was curious, you talked about kind of lengthening the breath that changed the chemistry of the blood or something. I was a little curious about that. Can you say more?
Well, I mean, the whole body is nothing, and the brain is a chemical laboratory. I mean, it's producing so many different types of chemicals. And so, and breath influences that. The amount of oxygen that you're burning. Like if you're burning a fire in a place where there's not much oxygen, the flame's not going to be very bright and clear, right? But if there's plenty of oxygen around, it's going to, because oxygen is what, you know, burns things. So the more you breathe, our cells get fired by the oxygen. And if you're not breathing much, that's why people have tired blood. And they're feeling kind of half lethargic because they're not really breathing fully and deeply enough. So the cells are half starved. So by learning to do deep, slow breathing and even holding the breath in longer, so you get enough time for the air that you breathe in to get all totally into the bloodstream. Normally people don't even hold their breath in, so they're just out. A lot of the breath gets expelled without using the oxygen. So by learning to hold the air in a few seconds, and all that oxygen then gets used, and you're breathing out the carbon dioxide. So that changes anyway. The amount that you're breathing changes it's like an engine of a car. If you put dirty gasoline in there or something, then it's going to be a sluggish engine. But if you're putting in nice high octane gas, then the car's going to fire better, sound better, work better, and not wear out so quickly also. So anyway, that changing the what I call the blood-brain barrier, it has, it changes that. And especially in terms of tranquilizing the nervous system. Because if you're not breathing enough, the cells are, grasping and craving for oxygen. And that's what you feel as tension or restlessness or other things, on edge, stress. So if you do deep, slow breathing, almost instantly you calm down, because that affects the nervous system. Everything is based on the nervous system. And it works on the life force that's flowing through the nervous system. And that life force is also awareness too. And it rides in with the breathing. So that's why, doing deep breathing is really wonderful. And only now I've read recently articles by doctors are starting to tell people they should do deep, slow breathing. But, how many centuries has it taken? Or 50 or 100 years of doctors not even talking about it. And yoga is very interesting. You all have cell phones probably, right? Smartphones. Even I have one. So, you get all these ads always coming on the cell phone. Most of them are nonsense. But one of them, you probably have seen it. It shows somebody doing some yoga poses about for back pain. It says, this is what chiropractors never want you to see. And it shows a yoga pose. It said, instant back relief. Because chiropractors, they get their money by, fixing people's backs, right? Now, if people are going to fix them themselves, they're not going to go to the chiropractors. So it's very interesting that there's 2 or 3 yoga poses. How many people have seen them on their cell phone? No? I'm in a special club? Maybe because they know I'm a yoga teacher. But anyway, maybe you might see one. But it's interesting how it comes up all the time. There's 3 specific yoga poses. They say if you do these every day, you'll never have back pain. And it's true. I've been doing them for 45 years and I never had back pain. No, I shouldn't say that. Now I'm going to have back pain. And once in a while, if I'm mindful and I do a quick movement without being aware, I might strain or pull a muscle for a while, and it gets painful for a while, but that's again is the temporary state. But so, but really, if anything else, try working and practicing the 3-part breathing, because it's really is a wonder drug, you might say, but it's a natural drug. But make sure you're breathing clean air. not in a polluted place.
I've even had experiences where I was breathing well, deeply and smoothly, and I'd hear a pop, pop, or a crack, crack in my body, almost like my body was adjusting, my upper back was adjusting.
They do that.
Just with the breathing.
Yeah, it does it.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
Because when you take a deep breath, your rib cage and chest is expanding, a couple of inches, and that's pushing all kind of things out of the way, right? And so naturally our joints and bones, even our spinal vertebrae, get easily displaced. Called right and left vertical displacement, and certain exercises, they pop them back together, And people might get alarmed. They think, oh, it's going to hurt, but actually no. It's actually, for most part, it's a good thing because they're sliding back into place. So there's quite a number of yoga exercises that do that. People might think they're overdoing it or doing something wrong, and it could be that they are, but sometimes it's just this, what I mentioned, the joints being popped back into place.
Bhante, I know we're getting close, but this might not be a good question to ask last, but the jhanas, the deeper states, can you speak, not going into detail at all, because I think most of us know a little bit about that, but in general, how do they relate to the pasana in terms of, in terms of getting more deep perception? What's the relationship there?
I think most people have a wrong idea of what jhanas are. You think it's some absorbed state where you become oblivious of other things and you're just totally absorbed in some deep quiet or filled with your mind with light or some other thing like that. But the jhanas are defined as the 5 hindrances subsiding and the mind resting in one point. The one point is the present moment. It's not necessarily focused on our object. The one-pointedness means the mind has gone to one. That means it's gone to the present moment. It's not being distracted by anything that may be coming and going in and around or through it. To me, that's jhana. And there's different levels of that. Now, other people will argue, no, but each person can define things from their own experience. So you can reach that level of one-pointed through practicing mindfulness. You don't have to specifically stop mindfulness and just practice what somebody calls concentration. Now you can do that, and maybe you'll reach some state of jhana, but it's going to be qualitative different from the jhana you reach by practicing mindfulness, and the mind is no longer distracted by sleepiness and monkey mind and other distractions, and it comes to that point of being centered in the present moment in the body, a total peace, and the mind becomes very bright and aware.
Which is more what the Buddha taught, right? The Buddha didn't teach one-point awareness at all. I mean, as far as
again, it's this one-pointed, this idea of one-pointed. For
like
one person, one-pointed might be my mind is totally just, one-pointed on that watch. Or the way I prefer to describe it is the mind resting in you could call it the pointless point. In Zen, the gateless gate, right? But it's that the mind is resting in the present moment without any of the hindrances. And in that, there's that full vibration and awareness. But it's not being distracted by any of the hindrances. So I call that concentrated awareness. As opposed to just concentration or just awareness, concentrated awareness. And that's where the mind, by practicing the breathing awareness, You develop that jhana, means when the breathing is coming and going in and out, and you no longer have to concentrate. It becomes fixed in the awareness. But that doesn't mean you're not aware of other things. The breathing is still there as a constant coming and going there, but around it you still are able to notice things arising and vanishing. That's where you practice vipassana meditation. As I mentioned earlier in the day, I thought, when the breath is there going on in the background, that helps to keep the level of calmness at a stable rate. But at the same time, you're noticing other things coming and going, reflexive impermanence. So you have both of those connections. That is where the ideal state to practice the vipassana awareness.
Thank you, Bhante.
Actually, the Buddha mentioned two types of meditation. One is called Samadhi Pubangama Vipassana, and the other is called Vipassana Pubangama Samadhi. Now, the meanings of that are, depending on different temperaments, one person may practice one-pointed concentration and gain samadhi, but without getting stuck in the quietness, they then focus that attention onto the flexive impermanence and develop vipassana. But a lot of people see that the calmness is developed from that initial samadhi is so peaceful. They don't want to go in listening to other things. They just want to hang out and groove in that blissful state. And that's the trap. So the other way, so a person can develop the samadhi first, and then using that focused awareness, not getting trapped in that, but using it to then open up and notice the flux of impermanence. Or the other is a person starts the way that I normally recommend people, but I do both together actually, is you start being mindful. You start with the body being mindful. You are focusing on the breathing, but you don't get totally absorbed in that. But you do it to the extent, at the same time as you're feeling the breathing, you're aware of an itch here, you're aware of something over here, and things are coming and going. And so you're developing in them at the same time. And then when that awareness gets fixed, the breathing, where you no longer have to look for it. Even if you want to not look for it, it's still staying there in your mind. That connection to the breathing. That's the ideal state, where you no longer have to concentrate. It's always there in the back of the attention. Not as a focal point, but it's a constant in the background. And any time you want to, you can just fall onto that. But that will allow you not to get lost in your thoughts. Because it's like a leash for a dog. Okay, you got a wild dog. So what do? You run out and bite the mailman. So you got to put a leash on the dog and tie it to a tree. Then when the mailman comes by, the dog runs out barking, but he gets stopped by the leash. And so he can't actually bite the mailman. He reaches the end of the leash. Then he gets tired and finally he sits down. So in the same way, we use an object to concentrate on, like the breathing. And then our mind runs out, gets distracted by something, but then before it totally gets lost, it remembers the breathing. It gets stopped by that, it reaches the leash of that attention to the breathing. And so it still might wander a bit, but it doesn't wander to the extent of totally getting lost and then, getting confused and all that. You will catch it sooner and sooner, the more you have that attention to the breathing. And so that's what I call about the integration and the balance of mindfulness and concentration. That is the balance of mindfulness and concentration, where they're equally strong. Concentration keeps that state of calmness in the buffer zone there, but not to get sunk into the silence. And the alertness, the mindfulness, is developing the insight into impermanence and no self, the three characteristics. And that is how you have to balance mindfulness and concentration.
So Bhante, at that point, we no longer have to try to put the attention on the focus. That starts to happen automatically. So the attention can be directed toward Vipassana.
Yes.
More broad.
Yes.
Okay.
The reason
Yeah.
why we struggle
Yeah.
with practicing Vipassana because we didn't cultivate that anchor enough. So the mind gets overwhelmed. There's too many things going on, and people's minds get frustrated, or But when you have that connection to the breathing, then that tempers all of that. Then you're not going to get flustered or tired by the barrage of stuff that's coming through the senses because you've got that groundedness to your object of concentration, which is the breathing. Anyway, I think we've
Yes.
gone over our time, so
Sadhu,
I talked too
sadhu,
much.
sadhu. Bhante.
Thank you so much for joining us today. If you guys are new, if you're new to Insight Meditation Community of Richmond, I believe there are stickers. And are there anything else up there?
There are, Bhante, you want to share your verse that we talked about yesterday?
My what?
Your verse, it's out on the table on the sticker. The,
Mindfulness indeed keeps
Yeah.
dukkha away.
yes, there are a bumper sticker, a window sticker, however you want to use it out there. You're welcome to take some of those if you like.
Yeah, so please
Bhante
help
would love to
yourself.
see those out there.
Oh, wait a minute, because I had something else also.
Oh,
I brought some more books. I think they're in my other bag.
which is,
The Body-Mind Connection. This is a little book that I wrote that has, in a nutshell, everything I've been talking about today, most of it. Little booklet, including about the M&Ms and about the breathing and integrating the breathing with the yoga, how yoga and the meditation fit together very well. And this, of course, is not enough for everybody, but I left some in the temple. But there are a couple of, one of them has some yoga poses in it. This one doesn't, but somebody doesn't have a good memory and can't remember everything I said today. If you want to get a book or maybe make some copies of it. It's very short, actually. It's just like 3 essays that I wrote over a period of time about it, based on my own experience with yoga and meditation.
is that available as an EPUB or PDF online?
It's on my blog,
It's on-
yes. You can download it from my blog. Yeah, if anybody's interested, I have a blog that I started about 10 years ago. A lot of it is about my travels and trekking in the Himalayas and stuff, but also I have links to 4 books that I wrote about meditation in my life story and autobiography, and links to many, many Dhamma talks and videos about talks that I've given about yoga, meditation, and so on. And then those 4 books can be downloaded as well.
The last thing that I'd like to share with you all today is that most Buddhist teachers will actually not charge for their time. They'll simply give their teachings and their time, and people are free to give what they can or would like to give. So the cost of your registration today did cover the cost of the snacks and the space, but if you'd like to make a contribution today to Bhante Rahula's center, the Lion of Wisdom Meditation Center in Maryland, there's a basket it's labeled Dana, and so any donations that you give today, if you found today helpful or restful or any sort of positive, we encourage you to make a contribution out there. And again, thank you so much for joining us today. We hope you found it helpful. Thank you.
Well, and just one other thing. Also, we have a website of our meditations in Washington and Maryland. It's near Gaithersburg or Rockville, Germantown, Maryland. And it's a big house, and we've made a meditation center out of it. We can accommodate about 20 people overnight, and we're starting to have. We just started this last year, but and we're having some weekend retreats. Mainly, it's kind of will be for weekend type of retreats, not really long retreats, but so we're having until the end of the year. We're having this Labor Day weekend retreat on these long weekends, and Veterans Day holiday weekend retreat, and the year-end retreat from December 28th to January 1st. So, you know, I know it's not, it's kind of about 3.5 hour, 4 hour drive up there. But anyway, so you can take a look at the website if you're interested in the schedule. And it's lionwisdom.org. That is the website, quite simple, just lionwisdom.org. You'll come to the web page, and it'll say our current program, what we're having, our current program. And you can scroll down and read the description of different programs there too.
Thank you so much, Bhante. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. And don't forget, mindfulness today keeps the dukkha away.
lionwisdom.org. And may I have one?